we are making Marini pieces. Marini. It's basically how to get a mosaic pattern onto a three-dimensional object. So what we do is we form a bar of glass that has a pattern going all the way through it. And then we cut off little chips, and each little chip has the same pattern. So if you're, it's like making a sushi roll, or if you're my age, making the old-fashioned ice cream cakes, each slice has the same spiral in it. Well, we have a million patterns, so we do it a million different ways. But we could take some white and we could coat it with red. We could put it into a mold and make it a star. Whatever. No, but we could. That's not out of the question. Sometimes we'll have a mold. So we might have a thing that's like a star. Jam the glass down into it, it fills out, makes a star cross section. So we take the chip and we lay out our mosaic pattern like you see here. Got to get a prop here for a second. We heat this up till all the little chips stick together, and then we roll it up into a tube, close the end of the tube, and then we have something we can blow into like a balloon. So it's a way of getting a two-dimensional mosaic pattern into a three-dimensional object. And you can see an example on that pedestal. Does that make sense? How hot is the oven? The big round ovens where the doors are open, those are 2,300 degrees. The ovens where we keep the glass, which is the ones where the doors close, those are 2,100. So the 2,100 is about as hot as a volcano. Yes. Yep. These big black ovens that you see at the opposite ends of the studio, those are called annealers, and they're for slow cooling the glass after we've formed it. So they have a little computerized thermostat, and they stay hot all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night, the computer slowly turns the temperature down. What? We'll be working all day. A little bit on the preparatory side at the moment. We're pulling these bars. But, come in and out at your leisure. We have a lot of big exhibits. It'll probably be 30 minutes or so before we make things that start to look like a bottle. Do you have any questions? Do you have any questions? No. No is a good answer. Hi, how are you? So today we're going to be making bottles like these, and they use a technique called Marini. And Marini is we make these little glass tiles, we make a mosaic pattern, and then we roll it up into a three-dimensional object. So it's a technique that dates back to the second century BC. So it's really old. We're going to make these bottles in two parts. We're going to make the necks out of one bubble. We're going to make the body out of another bubble, and then we're going to stick the two together. So right now, Sarah, over on the left, she's working on the neck. The neck, this part. The ovens run on natural gas and forced air. Forced air. No, the air goes into the flame, make it hotter. It's not blowing around inside the chamber. So it's gas and air, and they go into a unit called a mixer. So they're evenly mixed, and then into the burner, and the flame comes out. There are furnaces that run on propane. There are ones that run on electricity. There's ones that run on wood. But the natural gas is the most popular, the most, yeah, it depends. Electrics can be quite efficient because when you pump gas and air into an oven like this and light it on fire, the same amount of gas goes up and out the chimney, and that carries heat with it. With an electric, you got the coils in there, or big electrodes, and you can shut the whole thing up. You don't have to let all that gas and air out with the heat. So all glass, when it's hot, is going to look orange. The orange color you're seeing is the glow from the heat. So right now, the glass that Gabe has, Gabe in the gray hat, he's got white in the middle and clear glass around it. But the whole thing looks orange. That's the glow from the heat. And so Gabe is going to make one of these Marini bars. It's going to have the pattern going all the way through it. And then we're going to chop it up into individual mosaic tiles. We'll take the mosaic tiles, we'll lay them out in a pattern, then we'll roll that up, and that will become the body. So we'll have the two-dimensional mosaic pattern on the three-dimensional object. Does that make sense? So, hi, how are you? I'm good. Have you guys been here before? Okay. So the people working on the floor are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They're a super skilled team of glass blowers. They have each more than 20 years glassblowing experience, and they're employees of the museum. And the project today will be bottles like you see there on the pedestal. This is our pipe cooler. Every once in a while, these steel pipes get hot. When they do, we just lay them in there, spray them with water. That cools them down, makes them easier to hold. There's two kinds of furnaces. There's the ones with the doors closed. There's two of them. Those are the glass furnaces. Each one of those has a big ceramic tank with 1,000 pounds of melted glass in it. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what they look like inside. The glory holes, which are the round ones with the doors open, those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber where we can reheat and soften the glass as we're working. So each time we heat that glass up, it gets soft, but it only stays soft for a little while. Yeah, so you'll see them going back and forth to the glory hole. Have you ever seen anybody work at a forge, making horseshoes or swords, or making wrought iron? No? Okay. Well, then this analogy won't help you then. The basic thing is put it in the fire, soften it, sit down at the workbench, do as much shaping as you can before it starts to stiffen, and then back to the glory hole to soften it again. Over on your left, Sarah is shaping her glass. The pad in Sarah's hand that she's shaping the glass with is just folded up, ordinary newspaper. Folded up, soaked in water. As long as it's wet, it doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as she shapes the glass. So now Gabe is stuffing his glass into a mold. Oh no, into a cup, sorry. Whoa, I had that all wrong. Sarah was making what we call a color cup, and Gabe stuffed his inside the color cup so that we have a layer of color on the outside. Sorry about that, I got that all wrong. So what Gabe's making over there is going to be one of these Marini rods. So it's got one color going through the middle, then some clear, then another color on the outside. We're going to chop it up later on into into individual mosaic tiles. We'll make the mosaic pattern, and we'll roll that up, and that mosaic pattern will become the body of the bottle. So right now, he's making the bar that we'll chop up later. So Gabe is trying to get that bar of glass to the proper shape and the proper temperature so that when we stretch it, it stretches out even. It's a lot harder than it sounds. He's going to hand that to Ben in the gray shirt. Ben's going to climb up on the ladder, hold it up, and we're going to pull it straight down. Yeah. Yeah. No, we can just slowly. So that the tip is a little stiffer so we can grab it. You're going to hand it to Ben. Once we get as much out of that as we can, we'll break it up into smaller sections, and we'll put it in this oven over here to cool slowly overnight. So we can take that big long rod and make hundreds of tiles. We chop it up. All distorted by the heat. So the colors are not the colors you're seeing. No. What you're seeing is the glow from the heat. If you think about your own home, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray or black. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange. And then you turn them off, they cool down, they go back to the original color. It's the same with the glass. There is taking the glass to our annealing oven, where it will be cooled slowly overnight. Has anybody got any questions? We're making bottles like that, but that rod that we just pulled, that's to make the little tiles. We chop that up, make the little tiles to make the mosaic pattern, and then we'll roll it up to make the body of the vase. So that's sort of prep work for making the tile. See the drawing on the floor? So we make the bar with the pattern going all the way through. Then we chip off individual tiles, and then we use those to make those patterns. So it's called Murini, and M-U-R-R-I-N-E. It's a technique that dates back to Roman times, so actually even maybe a little before, second century BC. Could we put up the Roman bowl? The Roman Murini bowl? Okay, if you look up on the big screen, that one is 1st century BC on the left, and that's a modern sculpture by a man named Dick Marcus. So the technique is the same. It's the Murini, the little mosaic tile. Thank you. So Sarah is dipping her pipe into the molten glass. She's going to blow a small bubble of clear glass, and then we're going to coat it with colored glass. Then the tall guy in the gray shirt is heating up the colored glass. All the glass in the big furnace is clear. It has no color. We buy our colored glass in the form of these bars. We buy it like an artist buys paint, red, yellow, pink, blue. We heat up a little, we'll blow a bubble of clear glass, heat up a little chunk of colored glass, and then we'll melt a layer of colored glass over the clear glass. Yes, and then it'll appear like the top here. It looks like it's made out of kind of a dark violet glass, but it's actually just one thin layer of the violet glass. Could we put up the color overlay drawing? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram. You drop a blob of color on top of the clear bubble. We smush it until it entirely coats the initial clear bubble, and then we dip it in more clear glass. So when we blow that out, it has a very thin lining of the colored glass. But for all intents and purposes to look at it, it looks like it's made out of colored glass. So the reason we do it that way is with this arrangement, we can have any color we want, any time we want. If we filled the furnace with blue glass, we could make, blue things. We couldn't make a red thing, we couldn't make a purple thing. So because we're a bunch of artsy-fartsies, and we want all different colors, we do it this way, and we can have any color we want, any time we want. now, here, right here. Come on in. We don't charge extra if you sit down. We're going to make bottles like the one on the pedestal. Well, we'll roll it up, not this second. This is made in two pieces. We make the neck separately, and we'll make the pattern section separately. So right now he's making the neck. We're going to make the neck. We'll place it in that silver oven over there called the garage. We call it the garage. That's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. That'll keep it warm. Then we'll make the body, which is a more elaborate procedure. When that's all done, we'll stick the neck up. Hi. How are you guys? I'm good. I'm good. So we're making bottles like you see on the pedestal. We're making them in two parts. Right now, Gabe in the gray hat is making the neck. Once he's done with that, we'll place it in that oven there, and then we'll make the pattern body. We're going to make it out of these little kind of mosaic tiles called Marini. And what we do is we made a bar of glass that has a pattern that goes all the way through it. And then we chopped up each individual tile or marina and laid out our mosaic pattern. So these are the patterns. We have another pattern warming up right now. We'll roll this up. Into a tube, close the end of the tube, then we'll have a bubble with the mosaic pattern on the outside. Does that make sense? You guys have any questions so far? I believe the amount is called a lot. Yeah, it's a good winter sport. It's not a great summer sport. You know about our contest for kids? Any kid can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and make it out of glass. We'll make 2 copies, one for the kid to keep and one for the museum. So if she wants to enter, you can get an entry form at the desk. It doesn't cost anything. You go home, do your drawing, mail it in, or drop it by if you're local, and try your luck. While you're looking around the museum later, there's a hallway that leads out to the bathroom. You'll see about a dozen of those kids' things that we made. So you can get some idea. Gabe is checking the diameter. He's taking a little measurement with those calipers. Because when we make this part, we want the hole on the top of this part to be the same diameter as the opening in the neck. Gabe has put that neck in the garage. Call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. That operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in there stays warm, holds its shape. We're ready to use it. We'll pull it out, heat it up a little extra, and stick the parts together. All right. You guys have any questions? No? Okay. So in the center, Ben Cobb is heating up our mosaic pattern, our Marini pattern. We're going to flip it so that it heats evenly. The part that goes into that oven first gets the hottest. So if we want it to be even, We give it a flip, and then both parts are heated equally. Do we put up picking up Marini on a collar? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little drawing. So Gabe, over on the left, is making the part marked the collar, like a collar in your shirt. I'm going to use that to roll the pattern into a tube. Gabe has the collar. Ben and Sarah have the pattern. Sarah gives it a little bit of a squeeze so that all the little tiles stick together. So they're hot and a bit soft, and when you squeeze them, they all stick together. So we'll have basically a pattern sheet. So here comes Gabe with the gray hat and the collar. And this is a critical move. He rolls up that pattern. He rolls it up most of the way, but not all the way. And then he's going to bring the two edges together manually so that they match up perfectly. You guys have any questions? Um, I'd have to ask Gabe. You can't, when glass is hot, you can't really tell what color it is. So there's white in the middle, I know that. But I know there's some dark transparent on the outside, but I don't know which one. So the pattern there is green and black. So each little square is, it's got a kind of a round. So that part would be green, then it would be surrounded by clear glass, and then surrounded by black glass. So as you can see, you can't see those colors. You know, they're all distorted by the heat right now. So you have to ask. So Gabe has a little preparation to do. We want to make sure that there's no gaps between the individual tiles because we want to blow into that. We don't want any leaks. And then we got to smooth out the surface so that when we dip it in more glass, we don't trap any bubble. So that's going to be a bunch of back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Now we're getting ready to close up the hole at the end of the tube. We're going to drip some molten glass onto that steel table and make what we call a cookie. Just like putting batter onto a cookie sheet. And Gabe's going to stab that cookie. And that'll seal up the hole in the end. So now that that's closed, we can blow into that like a balloon and make it into any shape we want. So we've taken a two-dimensional pattern and we turned it into a three-dimensional object. Any questions? What? Well, I'm not sure what you're pointing to. These are called cane. We melt them into other pieces of glass to make stripes. It looks like he's found a little hole. And so he's going to heat up a little piece of clear glass. We're going to plug that hole so we can blow in. There's, little burns and cuts. I would compare it to working in a restaurant kitchen. So annoying things, not medical things. The real danger in this shop is the repetitive motion injuries. The carpal tunnel, get tennis elbow from the constant turning of the pipe and from the weight being so far out at the end. When we make big things, that are 20, 30 pounds, it's like picking up a bowling ball with a fishing pole because all that weight is way out on the end. There's a lot of sort of the wrong leverage. Does that make sense? So a lot of strain on the wrists, elbows, lower back. Normally, we'd blow straight into the tube with our mouths, but because of the COVID thing, we've got these little pump things, which kind of work, but are really not great. So now Gabe is squeezing the glass using a tool called the jacks. And he's making a sharp crease in the glass. And that sharp crease is the place where he'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe. Sarah's holding a wooden paddle in front of Gabe's arm to shield him from the heat. The heat that comes off the glass is radiant heat, like an outdoor heater, so it heats the first thing it strikes. So if you have the paddle between the hand and the glass, the paddle gets hot and the hand doesn't. If you came in a little later, we're making some bottles similar to the one you see on the pedestal, not the same, but similar. We're making them in two parts. We made the neck part earlier. That's in an oven keeping warm. Now we're making the pattern part. That's what we're working on right now. We've made the tiles that make up this pattern out of two different kinds of glass. One glass that's very stiff and one glass that's very soft. So as a result, the stiff glass, which in this case is the white, pulls on the soft glass around it and makes a little bumpy texture on the surface. That's intended. We call that granulare. So it naturally draws out the bumpy texture. Gabe is flattening what's going to be the bottom of the bottle. Next thing we're going to do is transfer the glass to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. Can we put up the punty diagram? We're going to hardly ever use it, but maybe you know it's there. So we're going to take the second steel rod, attach it to the bottom of the piece. That's the top section. We're going to drip a little water where we want it to break. Then we'll tap on the pipe. The piece will come off. It'll be attached to the second pipe by the bottom. Does that make sense? It's going to happen momentarily. Ben is preparing the punty. Ben's the tall guy in the gray shirt. So here comes Ben with the punchy. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. You stick the punchy on. When they feel that bond is strong enough, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. Little tap, and off it comes. So it was held like this. Now it's held from here. Now we can shape this open. Does anybody have any questions? Yes? Can you speak louder? No? Okay. I want to thank everybody for wearing their masks. I know it's a pain. Believe me, I know. I have to do it for 6, 7 hours a day. But we thank you. It helps us stay open, helps all you guys stay healthy, and hopefully won't be much longer. So Gabe's measuring the opening. He took a measurement off the neck. He wants the opening here to be the same diameter. So when we join them together, they fit exactly. Sarah has the neck over in the left, gray shirt. Sarah Gilbert. When we join two bubbles of different colors or different patterns, we call it incalmo, I-N-C-A-L-M-O. And it means to graft in the Murano dialect. Hi, how are you? We're about to join the two parts. Few drops of water where we want it to break. And off it comes. You guys have any questions? That might lead to a few questions. So that might lead to a few questions. So now we have the two sections joined. Gabe's going to finish the top. And then we'll be done. Gabe's going to stretch out the glass at the very top where we broke it off the metal rod. It's always a little bit thick up here. So we stretch it out, and we're going to trim some of that off. So Gabe's stretching it out. Gabe is the man in the gray hat sitting at the center workbench. Everything that we make has to be cooled off slowly so it doesn't break. When Gabe is finished, we'll take the bottle off the metal rod. We'll place it in that big black oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Overnight. So we keep that oven at 890 degrees. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night it has a computerized thermostat that slowly turns it down to room temperature. Over on your right, You'll see Sarah putting on some protective clothing. She's going to carry the finished bottle to our annealing oven. She'll put on some big Kevlar gloves. When she grabs that bottle, it'll be about 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard, and she'll carry it to the annealer where it will slowly cool overnight. So in order to get it off, Gabe will take a pair of tweezers, dip them in water, drip a little water on the joint between the metal rod and the bottle itself, and then just a little tap, and off it comes. There we go. Let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, and Ben Cox. Does anybody have any questions? You ready to go home and make your own now that you know how it's done? Would it change the what process? Would it change the hardening process? Well, it would change it in the sense that if we didn't cool it slowly, it would break. Yeah, the outside cools quickly and it contracts. It pulls on the inside with enough force that it shatters. So, yeah. It's both frustrating and rewarding. It's frustrating because you want to really see what it looks like, but it's kind of fun to open the oven in the morning and get the surprise. Yeah, I mean, the colors change, and sometimes it shrinks. It doesn't actually shrink, but you thought it was much bigger than it actually turns out to be. All the weight is at the end of that steel pole. So everything feels heavier. It's like if you're trying to pick up a bowling ball with a fishing pole. So you think these things sometimes are much bigger and heavier than you think, and then you open the door up and it really wasn't that big. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to do, it's called pulling cane. We're going to make some rods with a little twist in them. And later on, we're going to use those rods to make bowls like this. How are you guys? I'm good. You having fun? Oh, good. Those are called canes, and we use them to make stripes in other pieces of glass. So if we get a red cane and we melt it in, that'll be a red stripe. If we get a white cane, that'll be a white stripe. We can make them plain stripes, or we make them fancy. You can make just about anything you can think of out of glass. So we're going to lay a stripe of colored glass onto the side of that clear cylinder. Oh, this will be fun to watch. We're gonna take that ball, that lump of glass, and we're gonna stretch it out like 30, 40 feet and make it all twisty. It'll be fun. Gabe's getting his glass nice and hot, soft and floppy. Sarah, in the gray shirt, has a piece of glass we call the post. We're going to use it as a handle to stretch the glass that Gabe in the gray hat. This time we're not only going to stretch it, we're going to twist it as well. The trick with this is to get it to stretch out as evenly as possible. It won't be completely even. It'll be a little thicker at the end, but the evener the better. We attach our glass to the post. and begin to stretch and twist. When they feel they've stretched it as much as they can, we'll hold it in the air for a minute, let it stiffen, and then we'll rest it gently on the wooden ladders to cool. This process is called pulling cane, and each individual will chop this up into little pencil-sized sections, and each one is called a cane, like a cane that you walk on. And basically what we're doing is manufacturing stripes. In this case, a little bit fancy stripes. So we're going to take that cane and we're going to make it into a ball like you see here. So each one of these twisted stripes will be a chunk of that. You guys have any questions? Oh, good, good. Don't be afraid to ask. That's what we're here for. How are we going to make that into a ball? I can't put up a picture right now. We're going to lay out the canes. We'll heat them up till they stick together. So we'll have basically a striped sheet. And then we'll roll that sheet into a tube, close the end of the tube, and then we'll have a bubble and we can make that into a bowl. So we're going to repeat the process, the pulling cane. We're going to make another long rod of that same pattern. Glass that Gabe has, Gabe Peanut, light gray hat. That's clear glass. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat. All glass looks kind of orange when it's hot, whether it's red or blue or pink or purple. That's the glow. When the glow disappears, you see its natural color. No, no. Look, well, really don't get it to change color. What you're seeing here is like, imagine your own home. You have an electric stove. The burners are black or gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange. And then you turn them off, that glow disappears, it cools down, and they're back to gray. So that's what you're seeing here. So you're seeing the glow of the heat now. When it cools off, that disappears. You'll see the real color of the glass itself. Does that make sense? Yes, whatever glass, if we have some red glass, we heat it up, it'll look orange while we're working. As it cools down, it'll return to red. So we buy colored glass in the form of these bars. We buy it like an artist buys paint, red, yellow, pink, or blue, and then we melt it onto our glass. All our glass in the big furnace is clear. So these come from a factory where they cook it up from scratch. The things that make the glasses the different colors are mostly metals. But you got to put them in when you first cook it up. So it's like making a chocolate cake. You get all the ingredients, mix them up, and then bake. Cobalt makes glass blue. Chromium makes it green. A little bit of gold makes it red. You can even color glass with uranium. Uranium makes it a kind of eerie yellow-green. So they did the cooking and the chemistry at the factory. We buy it like an artist buys paint and melt it onto our glass. again, we're going to pull some more cane, more stripes. Gabe attaches his glass to the post, the second glass disc, and then we start to twist and stretch. So we'll hold it in the air a little bit and let it stiffen up. And we here in the Northwest refer to this as twisty cane. In Italy, they call it Zanfirica. Has anybody got any questions? Guys? Fun, huh? It's fun to twist and pull. Yeah. Can we play? We have a contest for kids. It's called Kids Design Glass. Any kid that comes to museum can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and make what they drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for them to take home and keep, the other for the museum collection. We have a little video we can show you and show you what we've done with some of the kids in the past. Do we play Kids Design? There we go.
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win,
But, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it, a cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
I don't really do any work when they present this break.
bacon, baby.
It's fine.
Oh, I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
So if you're here with kids or you come with kids at some other time, just go to our front desk, get an entry form, and do a drawing and send it in. So in the center, Ben is heating up our pattern of twisted stripes. Gabe, over on the left, he's making what's called a collar, like a collar on your shirt. And we're going to use that to roll our stripes into a tube, close the end, now have a bubble with stripes. Can we put up picking up cane on a collar? So if you look up on the big screen, that's our plan. Mark collar, that's what Gabe has. The pattern of stripes, that's what Ben has. Thank you. So here we go. Take the collar, and we roll up our stripes. We roll it up, but not quite all the way. We'll leave a little gap, and then we'll manually close that gap so they match up perfectly. Has anybody got any questions? Over here, this is called an annealer, and we keep it hot all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night it has a little computerized thermostat that slowly, slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. The thicker something is, the longer we take to cool it. Yeah, for most, kind of like this bowl that we're making right now, this will be overnight. So the bowl that Gabe is making is going to be very close to this bowl here. Yes. 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. That's hot. Volcanoes are generally about 1,800 to 21. So that's hotter than most volcanoes. So Gabe's going to come over and show you the pattern. Often the things that look the simplest are the most difficult, and some of the things that look really fancy are not that difficult at all. So this shape is talking about this kind of low bowl with a nice curve. That's hard to do, even for very experienced glass blowers like Gabe. Gabe, he's got, I don't know, 24 years or so. Blowing glass is kind of like playing golf. You never really get good enough. You're always trying to, no matter how good you are, you're always trying to improve. Gabe is shaping the glass using a tool called the block, B-L-O-C-K. The tool is made out of wood. It's kept wet. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Yes. Hold on, let me get And speak loudly because we all got masks on. Why do we have that fire? That's on a pilot light. That's that torch. We can't take when we need it right away. So we leave a little fire on, and then when we squeeze the big trigger, a giant fire comes out. It's called a pilot. If you have a gas stove at home, you have a little fire in your gas stove. So Gabe is adding another layer of clear molten glass. Behind that door is a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what the furnace looks like inside. So it's a big ceramic pot with 1,000 pounds of glass. Yes? I thought you were raising your hand. Yes, it's made up of all the twisted rods. So each twisted rod is one stripe on the outside of the bowl. Does that make sense? Yeah. Oh yeah, well you're seeing it. I think we might make another one before lunch. I'm not sure. Depends on these guys. I don't think we've decided what we're going to do with it yet. I mean, right now, the purpose it's serving is a demonstration for you. If you ever want to buy something that maybe you saw us made, those kind of arrangements can be made through the store. Right now, we just, it's just to show you the different glass techniques. So now Gabe is squeezing the glass with a tool called the jack and making a sharp crease in it. And that sharp crease is the place where we can break the glass away from the metal pipe. So it's just like if you tear a coupon out of a newspaper. You make a nice sharp crease, you pull on it, and hopefully it tears along that crease. When he holds it upside down like that, it makes the bubble wider and flatter. So the tricky part is to get this part right here smooth. There's no ripple or fold or flare. A nice concave but shallow curve. Over on the left, Ben is preparing some glass for the foot. The foot is this little pad on the bottom that kind of lifts the bowl up off the table. He's coated the glass with, I think, black chips of colored glass called frit. So we're going to drop a big blob on for the foot. Snip it off. And now Gabe will heat it and shape it. You notice that when it went on there, it looked kind of reddish orange. That glass is totally black. Next thing we're going to do is transfer the glass from the rod it's on now to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. Can we put up the punty picture, the punty diagram? So if you look up on the big screen, we're going to take a second pipe and we're going to stick it on the bottom. Then we're going to drip a little water where we want the glass to break. Then give the pipe a tap, and the bowl will come off. It'll be held from the bottom. The top will be exposed. The top can be heated and shaped. Thank you. So Ben has the punty. Ben, tall guy, gray shirt. comes Ben with the punchy. Very important that that punchy be attached in the center. Working with glass is like working on a lathe or a pottery wheel. The work spins and we hold the tools against it as it spins. If it's centered, everything goes nicely. If it's out of whack, it becomes all weird. The next thing we're going to do is add a little contrasting colored stripe to the rim. We call that a lip wrap. It's a classical Italian decoration. Almost all of the style of glass blowing that you're seeing here is straight out of Italy. Glass blowing fell off in the 1940s, 1950s here in America. In the 1979, 70, 80, a number of Venetian masters started coming to the United States to teach the young Americans. And so since that time, we work very much in the Venetian style. So here comes Sarah with the lip wrap. We just wind on a little stripe of glass. It'll get thinner and evener as we spread it out. Does anybody have any questions? Yes? The color, how do we get the color? The color in glass comes from different metals cooked into the glass when you first cook it up. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, a little bit of gold makes it red. We're going to blow a little air into the opening. That'll make the glass fuller. Gabe is widening our bowl. He's pushing from the inside with a wooden tool called the parchophy. So he's up against the inside, nudging that out. We're going to keep it tucked in till the very last minute, and then we'll be done. He's going to use centrifugal force. So he spins it fast. Centrifugal force pulls that shoulder of the bowl outward, and he just keeps it tucked in with the wet newspaper. Yes? It's going to be clear with twisty green stripes. So, kind of like this. It'll be clear, the green stripes, and the black rim, and the black foot. Yes? Hold on, let me turn the radio down here. Okay, say that again. Oh, yes, it's all in there right now. It's hard to see because of the heat, but once the glow of the heat goes away, it's going to look pretty much like this one. Can't let anything interfere with lunch. to the very last. Yep. Once that's out, that's about it. Like everything that we make, this has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we'll take it off the metal rod, place it in an oven called the annealing oven, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Each day we heat up our annealing oven to 890 degrees Fahrenheit. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night we cool everything all at once. So Sarah is going to put on some Kevlar gloves. When she grabs that bowl, it'll be about 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard. And we'll put it in the annealer to cool slowly overnight. When we're ready to remove it, Gabe will take a pair of tweezers, dip them in water, drip a few drops of water on the joint between the bowl and the metal rod. That'll crack that joint, and just a light tap, and off it comes. We'll melt the little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And Sarah carries it to our annealing oven. So let's have a big hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, and Ben Cobb. So that concludes our demonstrations for this morning. We're going to take an hour lunch. We'll be back. If anyone has any questions for me before you go, I will answer them. Otherwise, enjoy your lunch. Coming in.
baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, they did it, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win.
But, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it, a cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
bacon, baby.
All I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
Powder is the smallest size of colored glass available and can be very versatile when used in the creation of artwork. Powder is made by crushing frit in a ball mill. When used like frit, the powder is rolled through, and the heat of the gather is enough to melt the color onto the surface. Powder can also be sifted onto the outside of a bubble or gather to create various densities of pigmentation and shading. The application of different color powders can create both abstract designs and naturalistic color patterns, such as the skin of animals. Powder can be melted smooth or left dry and cakey on the surface of the piece. Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Have a hand for Lino Tagliapietro.
It's amazing when you look at soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Coast Guard, and various civilians who have deployed over the last 14 years. A lot of our leaders, a lot of our heroes have faced the crucible of combat, the crucible of being deployed, and they return home to Tacoma, they return home to this great museum of glass and Hot Shop for Heroes, and then they heal.
I was more or less trying to get out of my shell because I tend to isolate a lot. I just couldn't deal with people. I had to just get away from everything.
Yeah, I have PTSD. We're trying to get our life back together. We're trying to integrate back into society, or back into the community or whatever.
My therapist, she says, Tracy, I need to find you something you'll be passionate about. And so she said, I think I found something. You have that creative mind of yours. This might help.
I can feel the joy. I can feel the walls come down. I can feel the appreciation. They shared with us that they're very comfortable in this space. They feel safe, they feel challenged, and they appreciate the instruction. For the active duty, heat and fire is very real and recent.
I face my fear, so to speak, every time. That's a big deal for me. Facing a fear, and even just admitting that the anxiety is there and accepting it and moving forward from it.
The program basically just gives them an opportunity to do something outside of the military, and I basically just want them to, open up a little more, and hopefully they create friendships or bonds between other classmates. It's usually the highlight of their week is coming to this program.
The The wounds that our service members bring back are not what you see sometimes. They are inside. They are in the mind, they are in the heart, they're in the spirit.
The mental stimulation that I get working with a team doing glass, it's really enthralling, very invigorating.
I look forward to coming here and tuning everything else out because you really do not have time to think about everything else going on in your world when you've got a pipe with, 2100 degree glass on it and you've got a timeline to quickly do it, and everything else just sort of disappears for a little bit, and we're in a moment that is pretty amazing. It really is.
There's different stages that you have to go through to get the final project.
Then when it's done, you have a finished product that everybody worked on. It's so malleable. You can create so many things that you didn't even know you could create before.
It's pretty fun when you can finally figure something out that works for each person. So
I would just say that I hope they got something from it. Some sort of therapeutic aspect or pushes them in a direction just to help them heal.
And that's one thing I like about being here is I like being exposed to something that I would never have dreamed of doing.
You're constantly changing, just like that glass. You need to be remolded and reshaped. And I used to be this big puddle of glass, melted glass, and now all of a sudden I'm a vase. You know what I'm saying?
You do not need to wear a uniform to serve. There are other ways to serve your country. And all of you today that do this for our soldiers and our family members, you serve in a different way. So I'm up here today to say thank you for your service. Thank you for taking care of our soldiers and families. We are honored to be part of this community, and we look forward to the next years ahead. Thank you very, very much.
One of the things I really love about glass is how responsive it is to just everything you do. I would say I'm a 9-to-5 craftsman because I have to make things for people on a daily basis or help people make their works. You know, I always told myself that I'm not gonna try to make my own work until I really feel comfortable with the material, because there's no way I can translate what's in my sketchbook to reality if I don't have the skills to do it. I want to make things that could only be made out of glass. Like, I'm not trying to hide the glass and make it look like something else. I want it to look like glass and only be able to be made of glass. You know, all these things are based on really simple, you know, glass blowery shapes, cones, cylinders, spheres. All my work is basically just different iterations of those three shapes, and it seems like there's an infinite possibility for composition of just those three shapes: proportion, color. I spend hours in my sketchbook just drawing simple shapes and, you know, thinking about how to make them, dissecting each little part and really trying to focus, make each part as clean as I can. And, you know, there's the human hand in there, so there's always going to be something that I don't want to say imperfect, but makes it look handmade. And I like that about the glass, like that it's, you know, no matter how hard I try, it's never gonna look like a machine made it. You know, maybe at first glance, it's like, oh wow, that looks like it's been carved or something, but then when you really look close, you see this softness in the glass that's just the material. You know, you can't, when it's hot, you can only do so much, and I try to do as much as I can to make it look as perfect as I can, but I think that's, if I could make it perfect, then I would get bored. I think one of the things about glass, if you're gonna be the maker of the object, is you can have, you know, so many good ideas, but can your hands pull it off? One of the things about working here at the museum is I think we pride ourselves on feeling like if somebody gives us a drawing, we can figure out a way to make it. And I mean, I owe that to all the visiting artists, including the kids design glass. Like, that's really made me kind of feel like there's no rules. I mean, being part of this team for 17 years is, I mean, it's kind of defined who I am, I think.
I hope that's centered.
If you would have told me 20 years ago that I was going to be doing this and making the things that I'm making now, like, there's no way I would have imagined that. Like, faster? It's like perforated. I know I wouldn't be where I'm at today without being part of this team. I mean, it's we've pulled things off that I just didn't think were possible. Flip. One more flip. Take it. Got it.
My name's Henry Johnson. I'm 12 years old. I enjoy music and art. The week the Museum of Glass opened, my parents became members, and I've been going there since I was born.
Henry's our oldest child, and from the beginning he liked to design things because he would come up with plans and build things and figure out how things work.
Exposing our kids early to art is a big priority in our family.
I really enjoyed the Glass Museum at all ages. Like when I was younger, it's just cool. So there's like fire. And
You know, not only exposing them to art, but also to actually watch real artists making art.
Kids Design Glass is a program at the Museum of Glass where you're able to draw a picture and give it a name and a story about it. And then if your drawing is selected, it will be made into a piece of glass. Ever since I could really move a pen in my hand, I've been just doing drawings for the Kids Design Glass.
The kids, they get into the studio and they've got to come up with this idea because they really want their design to be chosen. You know, it's helping trigger that initiative for kids. It's really making them think differently instead of something being spoon-fed to them. They're coming up with this original idea.
How many Kids Design Glass drawings do you think you've done?
30 to 40 drawings at least. Yeah. I was talking to him, he thinks it's a lot more than that, but I would say probably around 50.
Like 124 or something. Every time I go to the Glass Museum, to get there, I go over the bridge, and I always walk under the Bridge of Glass.
Bridge of Glass is secretly a car. I think that's what
Kind of just looked at the Bridge of Glass and thought, what else could it be?
It was just out there, you know, that if you kept doing it, maybe you'd get chosen.
Glass. We're gonna put all these, I'm assuming these are all the little things.
Gabe told me that they're excited that it would be fun to make the pieces of glass in the bottom of the bridge.
And I think there's a lot of mystery about art for kids. They only see the final product. You know, they might go to a museum, but they don't really know how it became the piece that it is. And I think it's the neatest thing I've ever seen any museum do.
I think the coolest part of them creating my piece was they take clear glass, roll it in different color shards to create the pieces on the bottom of the Bridge of Glass.
So they're treating these kids who did these designs like world-class glass artists. Like they're the visiting artists, and they might be 12, but they're the artists, and they want to make sure that they're doing it exactly how that child envisioned it.
My drawing being selected for the Kids Design Glass program gave me confidence and pushed me to become part of the Jason Lee Middle School Glass program.
I knew it.
What do you think, Henry?
I knew it would work.
He's so excited. So he's going to start doing the Hilltop Artist program, where Monday through Thursday after school he'll go and he'll work in the hot shop.
Really enjoy watching glass come together into pieces of glass, and to be able to do that myself, I really wanted to fulfill that.
It all started with that exposure, really young, to the Glass Museum.
It'd be really easy for a museum to only focus on professional artists, not get involved in the kids, but the Museum of Glass is creating many generations of people who love art and are connected and feel like art's something they can do.
Can you hear me? Are you tuning in to me? Can you hear me? I can't hear you. Hello? Check, check. Can you hear me now? I'm Nancy Callan. I'm from Seattle, Washington. My focus as an artist is to create sculptural forms that are fun, playful, elegant, and a lot of my work is inspired by fashion. I look to designers and what's hip and what's happening, and also a lot of different patterns. My mom was pretty fashionable. She had some crazy suits when I was growing up, and I can remember she also had this canary yellow suit that was just fantastic. It was a skirt and a blazer and a hat with a feather. Well, I started blowing glass at Massachusetts College of Art, and I was a little bit older, so I knew that I had to learn from somebody that was really good. And I knew I wanted to be a really good glass blower. That was like a driving force for me. And so I took a class with Lino in 1996, and I think he saw that I was really enthusiastic and very dedicated to what I was doing. And he told me to move to Seattle, and it was my dream to be able to work with him and be the person that like picked up the cane, that pulled the cane and did all that stuff. So that's my main gig now.
You want it right here. Okay.
For me, having him have the confidence and the belief in me to do that for him, that was pretty huge. I'm working on a few different series here at the Museum of Glass in my residency, and I'm really excited to be here, of course. It's such a great opportunity to just have a little bit more freedom and explore new ideas.
Which side wants to go? This one right here.
Right now I'm working on this pattern right here, and there's some cane in it, but there's some other like color fields that I want to try and figure out how to get to those. Here's one of my drawings that goes with the pattern. This is what the piece is going to look like. And I haven't decided on which top, so I like to draw everything out, and so I can play with different, to see what I like for different tops on these things. I'm also working on another series that I started maybe a year ago. I'm really attracted to this form, and I'm trying to figure out different cane patterns to use on it. And I've been doing this new cane pattern where I cut the canes up really small. So I am experimenting and really trying to fine-tune some forms. I'm really interested in graphics and like a wide band of colors. I was really inspired by superheroes and their costumes. So this piece we're going to do today, and I'm not sure, I think I'm going to go with the all white and black.
Yep.
I feel like there's so many more things to like figure out and explore that I haven't even come up with yet. There's looks that I want to achieve that I haven't quite been able to figure out yet, and it's like, you know, with glass blowing, I feel like you learn something every time you do it. It's pretty incredible.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Are you tuning in to me? Can you hear me? I can't hear you. Hello? Check, check. Can you hear me now? I'm Nancy Callan. I'm from Seattle, Washington. My focus as an artist is to create sculptural forms that are fun, playful, elegant, and a lot of my work is inspired by fashion. I look to designers and what's hip and what's happening, and also a lot of different patterns. My mom was pretty fashionable. She had some crazy suits when I was growing up, and I can remember she also had this canary yellow suit that was just fantastic. It was a skirt and a blazer and a hat with a feather. Well, I started blowing glass at Massachusetts College of Art, and I was a little bit older, so I knew that I had to learn from somebody that was really good. And I knew I wanted to be a really good glass blower. That was like a driving force for me. And so I took a class with Lino in 1996. And I think he saw that I was really enthusiastic and very dedicated to what I was doing. And he told me to move to Seattle. And it was my dream to be able to work with him and be the person that like picked up the cane, that pulled the cane and did all that stuff. So that's my main gig now.
You want it right here. Okay.
For me, having him have the confidence and the belief in me to do that for him, that was pretty huge. A year ago, I'm really attracted to this form, and I'm trying to figure out different cane patterns to use on it. And I've been doing this new cane pattern where I cut the canes up really small. So I am experimenting and really trying to fine-tune some forms. I'm really interested in graphics and like a wide band of colors. I was really inspired by superheroes and their costumes. So this piece we're going to do today, and I'm not sure, I think I'm going to go with the all white and black.
Yep.
I feel like there's so many more things to like figure out and explore that I haven't even come up with yet. There's looks that I want to achieve that I haven't quite been able to figure out yet, and it's like, you know, with glassblowing, I feel like you learn something every time you do it. It's pretty incredible.
Okay.
I came up with a prototype for our centerpieces. We're going to be making cones, spheres, and cylinders, which are really like fundamental skill building shapes.
Started by pulling cane of different colors and bundled it up, heated it up, twisted it, put it in an optic mold.
The kids all had a part in making the color bar, and now we'll be here this week trying to make 55 centerpieces.
The farthest bench, they're doing starts for the middle bench.
I'm gonna pick up one of these guys out of the garage. We're gonna drop it over a bubble, and then we're gonna take a couple gathers and hand it off to Gabe, and he's gonna work his magic.
Stop.
So we're finishing the pieces. We throw a gather on top of it, blow it up, shape it, punny up, open, finish it.
So we're looking for crisp corners, and we're looking for a really straight side. The way we're gonna get a crisp bottom is heat that bottom really hot. Well, good. When you're making the cylinder, lay your blades on the sidewall and look down across it. If you see gaps in it or it's not laying straight, try to fix it. Paper marver is going to be a good tool. Your jacks, paper, whatever it takes.
Side.
Optic molds are used by glassblowers to create textures and patterns in blown glass. Nowadays, most optic molds are made from aluminum, but in the good old days, they were often made from cast bronze. They come in different shapes and sizes, depending on their desired effect. To begin, a bubble is formed and is shaped into the rough contour of the inside of the optic mold. The bubble is then heated, inserted into the mold, and blown with force. The resulting bubble can then be shaped into whatever form the artist desires. Today we're going to make an optic twist cup. So the bubble is held at the end while the pipe is rolled on the bench. This creates a spiraling pattern in the glass. The cup is blown to form, puntied up on the bottom, trimmed, and then opened up. The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Most people see Hilltop as a program. I see it more as like a family. I'm Sean Cabrera. I'm originally from California, but I'm here in Tacoma now. Well, at first, I was a little stoked that we like moved, but then like reality kind of hit me, and like I kind of thought, I can't see my family anymore, and like it was kind of depressing at first. In California, art to us was just basically like drawings and paintings and stuff. We didn't see any sculpting or anything like that, and especially out of glass, I've never heard of that. When I saw it, I was like, I'm getting in this program as soon as possible. They said I could sign up, and I started the next day.
Hilltop Artists is a nonprofit organization founded in 1994 with the help of Dale Trehuli. It started off in a small wood shop and now provides hot glass instruction to over 550 kids annually. I'm Trenton Kiocho, and I'm from Tacoma, Washington, born and raised. I was kind of getting in trouble with my mom, so she had me move in back with my dad in Tacoma. And first day of school, we were signing up for classes, and I noticed they had a glass program, and I was kind of curious about it. I signed up for that class, and I've just been doing it ever since that day. Right now with the program, I'm actually a part-time instructor with the production team. So our hope with the Hilltop Artist program is that the kid leaves with a little bit more self-esteem, a little more confidence to pursue their goals, whether it be glass blowing or anything else that they'd want to pursue. Our mentors at Hilltop focus on increasing student academic success and interpersonal success. We all have our own issues outside of work, but I think for those 3 hours we get to come together and be a part of a team and be a part of something else. So our focus this week at MOG is to produce a body of work for our upcoming luncheon fundraiser that will happen October 7th. And all this money that we're going to raise from this luncheon is going to go back into the program to help fund the costs.
There's 3 of us on the floor, 3 people from the MOG Hot Shop team, and we're using the kids to help us make their auction pieces.
Just in these 2 days, I've learned so much. Just they help you. If they see something they can help you with, they're like, oh, do this. I'm rolling up cane, and they told me, hey, roll up cane towards you, hotter, keep it. Simple stuff that I probably thought about in my head, but I'm like, oh, I don't know if I should do this. Might be doing it wrong. But then they're like, do this, and it becomes easier. There is no limit to your imagination. You can do anything. Glass is just an example of it. There's always new techniques. People always say, oh, there's nothing new. There's always something new. In glass, I can work with somebody one day, I can learn a new technique.
I wish there was something like that when I was growing up. Like I could have really used this, and now for me to be, on the side where I'm actually helping these kids, it's really rewarding, and I've never felt like I was a role model, and I definitely feel like I am now. So I'm trying to take that and own it, I guess.
When I see the pieces in the museum, it kind of makes me want to be that person. I want someone to see something of mine and be shocked and surprised in how it's so detailed and colorful and big.
My name's Michael Shunke. I'm from West Grove, Pennsylvania. It's a very, very small town, about an hour southwest of Philadelphia. My work as an artist who works with glass, the foundation of it is really in vessel making and in traditional craft. I learned to blow glass about 22 years ago. About a year into when I started, I had the opportunity to work with Lino. So the foundation of the actual process there is rooted in that Venetian technique. So I have this this link to craft and tradition that I don't want to break. I don't fight it, you know, it's part of who I am. I'm a goblet maker as well as a vessel maker, and I'm always going to do it. It's a big part of who I am. The inspiration for the Crucible series comes from a number of different places, but I spent a lot of time this past year in the city of Chicago. I went over to Millennium Park and I saw the bean. I think most people are familiar with the bean. And I had seen pictures of it, but I had never seen it in person. And it was really kind of an extraordinary experience because it was this object that was doing two things. It was drawing people in while simultaneously reflecting out. And that was a tipping point for me in thinking about these sculptures because the interiors of these, the cores, is something that is either mirrored or very highly polished brass that reflects outward. So it's the interior of the vessel being reflected outward and also reflecting whatever imagery or engraving is on the exterior of the vessel. You know, zeros about, you know, things being neutral and just trying to stay even-keeled about things, or tally marks. I did one when I turned 40 years old. I was thinking about, you know, time just moving by. That one's pretty big. That one's like that. In the series that I'm working on this week at the museum, the Crucible series, I feel these things are decidedly contemporary sculptures or objects, whatever you'd like to call them. But in the vessel making part of them, or the veil part of them, the exterior is rooted very heavily in traditional glassmaking. While I'm pretty specific about how the shapes should look, I'm not really tied to them being exactly, you know, this size or this curve or this proportion. It just gives us a starting point of what I want to look for. You know, and I think as most people who are like rooted in a craft background might be, that these curves need to be constant, you know, no flat spots on the curves. You know, this can't be like that. And then conversely on this one that's more like an hourglass or a cooling tower, the shape has to always be moving in. So I'm constantly, you know, doing that. And then when we're on the putty and finishing the shape, Josie will actually assist me in, you know, looking at it and, you know, just pointing out an area that looks a little flat.
I think it looks good.
Okay. I have not worked here at the museum before. This is my first trip, and hopefully not my last. Ben and Gabe and Nico are just the best help anybody could ask for. Back home, I have one, maybe two guys helping me out. I'm doing a lot of the gathering and the lifting, so to relinquish that to them is really wonderful. These guys are super skilled and they know exactly what they're doing, so it lets me focus more on the finishing. Here, I'm just gonna run the paper on that a little bit, you know? Yeah, just that whole waist. I'd just really like to thank the museum for the opportunity. It's really humbling, I'm really grateful, and I promise to make the most of it. Can I be free of this now? Awesome.
My name is Alexander Rosenberg, and I live in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. A friend of mine sent me these illustrations from an old alchemy book, and I'm interested in seeing what these objects are, if they're actually made in the real world. Like, I'm not really sure if these illustrations are things that actually existed or things that were made to exist or just kind of like allegories. But I'd like to see what happens when we actually make them out of material and put them into the world and maybe see what they do. And a lot of times the work in the hot shop, even though it's collaborative in a way, like kind of the ideas and the interpretations are already there, we're just kind of like working to make this stuff. And in a way, this project is different because I'm really interested in working with the team to interpret these images too and kind of figure out what and how we're going to make. It's such a gift to be able to work with such a skilled and experienced team here. I've seen, you know, what they've done with lots of other artists before, and I'm really excited to work with these people. I'm excited to check out the museum's collection for the first time too. All right, you got it? You can just grab it. There you
I just really love glass. That's so geeky. I've been doing it for 23 years, which is half of my life. And there's a lot of cool things out there that people make out of glass. I want to make things that can only be made out of glass. Like, I'm not trying to hide the glass and make it look like something else. I want it to look like glass and only be able to be made of glass. Basically, the three basic shapes that make up traditional vessels are cone, cylinder, and sphere. Yeah, one of the tricky things about these is you know, keeping everything on center. Putting these together hot is a big challenge. Like this blue is very soft, so and solid glass holds a lot more heat than the blown glass. So it's really a balance of temperature, and there's really no way to gauge that temperature. Just experience. Each one of these little dots on here. This is kind of a technique that I've been doing. It's inspired by an Italian coal working technique called battuto, which I think means hammered or battered. At first glance, it appears very rigid and geometric, but you know, glass has soft qualities to it. So if you look close, you know, I mean, everything has a certain softness that glass, you know, that glass just has to have when it's hot. So I really like all those things about, you know, glass making. I'm super excited, and this is such a huge, like, wow, yeah, it's great. Really excited.
You are slowly over.
I am Laura De Santiana and I am from Venice, Italy.
Alessandro De Santiana or Diaz De Santiana from Venice. We're brother and sister.
We were born in a way in a glass factory because our family owned a glass factory in Murano, and the glass factory was a very well-known one. It was called Venini. And so we were exposed to glass since we were children, and in a way we learned how to manipulate glass without knowing it.
Usually the inspiration for the works on the wall, although they appear in my mind in glass, I do use colors and paper to really realize what I'm working on.
I'm not so worried about the thing being precisely what I want in terms of, you know, a drawing. I want the piece to explain other things.
Laura and I are here at the museum for the second residency. We are producing some work for a traveling exhibition which will open in Tacoma here at the museum in October 2011. Although our work is completely separated, I mean, it's totally personal, and we rarely, very rarely exhibit together. This time we are. There is a great synergy between myself and Laura, and between the two of us and the museum and the team. What we are trying to do is to follow the mythology of the creation in India.
There's going to be 4 rooms, and the first one is dedicated to the Earth, the second to space, and the third to the stars and the sky, and the fourth to the sun. And each one will have, of course, its very strong impact in atmosphere and colors.
Should be a clear, big chunk with all this stuff, and then put on the plate.
No, why don't we just
stab it on there.
This gentleman is Charlie Perriott, is I think the most knowledgeable person I've ever met in the glass world about glass, of all kinds of glass. And he has been fundamental for Laura and myself. First of all, because he had the idea of this exhibition some years ago. And then he was sponsoring it with the museum. And he is fundamental on in the hot shop to make our works, because he is the magician of colors. And he is really unique in that sense. He has great imagination and a great knowledge about these crazy German colors that we're using with oxides and metals and all that stuff. And it's really enriching for everybody to work with Charlie. It's really a privilege to work with the magician.
Looks great, tastes good.
This is the magician in person who made the magic again.
I'm just a hired help lady.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Alessandro is working on the walls, and I'm working on blown pieces, mainly blown pieces that are going to be on the floor.
Everything will happen at the museum, produced at the museum. And from what I heard, it's the very first time that the museum does from zero to finish operation, which is a great honor, of course, for us to be invited to do this.
My name is Sarah Gilbert. I'm originally from Rochester, New York, but I've been out in Seattle for about 3 years now. I work here at the museum, usually as the lead hot shop technician, but for the next 3 days, I get the opportunity to work on my own work. I'm going to work on 3 basic ideas during the residency, one being the ship in the bottle, another is a pattern form, and the third, I call it X marks the spot. Most of my inspiration comes from my background in animation, so tying that into my work. Stories, I'm very inspired by stories and funny moments. I like a little bit of sarcasm. A few years ago, I got into the idea of mapping and using that as an inspiration. And through looking at old maps and reading stories, I got into the idea of a ship in a bottle and telling a story through that, and kind of the disastrous moments that have happened through or on the water. And I do them by casting the boat ahead of time and grinding and polishing that piece of glass, bringing it back up to temperature, and then using it as an inclusion in the blown glass. I like the challenge of the technique, but I also like that it carries a story with it. On the second day, I'm going to work on these pieces. I try to do these drawings. They're actually 2 size, and just to kind of give myself an idea of the kind of preparation or the cane. Each one of these drawings is a different kind of cane that needs to be pulled, and just try and get the color in my head. I've made a blow mold ahead of time that's this shape, so that I can create the same shape every single time and then hang them on the wall to create a pattern. On the third day, I plan to work on these pieces called X marks the spot. It's different layers of color that I grind through and make an X on them. And then they have motors behind them, and they lift off the wall and bounce on the wall. The idea is that they're marking a spot on the wall, like perhaps there's something behind it, or not. Maybe it's nothing. It's pretty interesting to work with the team, Ben, Gabe, and Alex. Courtney Branham as well, who was kind enough to help me this week. It's a once-in-a-lifetime chance to work with a team that's been together for this long and works this cohesively together.
Everybody, welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today, we're going to have our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team working. They're extremely skilled glass blowers. They have more than 20 years experience each making glass. And we're going to be making some pieces that are similar to the one that you see here. So we're going to have a kind of mosaic pattern on the body and a transparent neck. So Gabe just told me this one's going to be 3 parts instead of 2. So Sarah's starting the bubble over there. So we have Gabe in the gray hat, Sarah in the gray shirt and shorts, and Ben, tall guy, in the gray shirt. So just to get you started, how many of you have been here before? Hardly any? 1, 2, okay. So we basically have 2 kinds of furnaces. We have the glass furnaces where we keep the big tanks of molten glass, and we have the glory holes where we heat the glass while we're working. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a picture of the furnace. Each one of those furnaces has a big ceramic tank, and in that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the glass at about 2,100 degrees. At that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what the glass is like. We want to get it out to make stuff. We take one of those steel pipes that everybody's got, and we dip it into the molten glass like you dip one of those wooden honey dippers into a jar of honey. So we dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of the glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. Once you get it out, it only stays soft for a little while. We do whatever shaping we can, and when it starts to get stiff, we go to the second type of furnace, and that's called the glory hole, and those are the ones with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're a little bit hotter, 2,300 degrees. So we stick the glass in there, soften it, go back to the workshop, the workbench, do whatever shaping we can. When it starts to get stiff, back to the Gloria. And that's pretty much it. That's glass blowing. So if you watch Gabe, he's going to dip that bubble into our big tank of molten glass. The glass that he just added is clear glass. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat. If you think of your own homes, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange. Turn them off, they cool down, the orange glow disappears. That's the same thing you're seeing there. That orange glow you're seeing is not the color of the glass, it's the glow from the heat. Does anybody have any questions so far? So now Gabe is shaping the glass using a tool called the block, B-L-O-C-K. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, nor does it leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Normally, we'd be blowing directly into the blowpipe, but because of the COVID thing, we got these little squeeze bulbs. And we're doing that, and it's passable but not ideal. Normally, we wouldn't use something like this. The pad in Gabe's hand that he's shaping the glass with is just folded up ordinary newspaper. The newspaper is soaked in water, folded up a bunch of times, and he can shape the glass with it. As long as it's wet, it doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. So now Gabe has made this bubble. He's kind of cutting it in half. We're going to use half to make the neck. We're going to use the other half to make a section at the bottom, and the mosaic pattern will be in the middle. So Sarah now is going to grab the half of that bubble. So there's going to be a little fiddling around. So this is a good opportunity to talk about the mosaic pattern. So we're going to use an ancient technique called Marini. It dates back to the maybe 1st, 2nd century BC. And it's a way of getting a two-dimensional mosaic pattern into a three-dimensional object. So we make a bunch of little tiles of glass, and we lay them out in a mosaic pattern. We're going to heat that up till it all sticks together. We're going to roll it up into a tube, and then close that tube. We'll be able to blow it up like a balloon. So the way that we make these little tiles, these Marini, is we make a rod that has the pattern going all the way through it. And then we chop off little pieces, and each little piece has the same pattern. It's the same way you would make a sushi roll. You put it all together and you chop it up, and each little section looks the same. So we'll make a big long rod, we'll cut up hundreds of these little guys, and then we'll lay them out in a pattern. We take the pattern, and we place it in that oven over there, and sort of heat it up slowly. When we're ready for it, we'll give it a squeeze, fuse it together, roll it up, and we'll have our bubble with the mosaic pattern. And all this will become clearer as we actually do it. Well, they're all, Gabe is sort of he's shaping all the final parts, but they were all helping him, doing some pre-work. So they cut it in half. So Sarah will kind of get her thing halfway there. Gabe will get the other one halfway there. So there's not one person making each particular part. Gabe's going to take the lead in most of these. Gabe started working glass in the middle 90s. He's been with the museum since it opened. He's exhibited his artwork all over the world. He's given demonstrations in the Czech Republic, in France, in Italy. These are very accomplished glassblowers. So as we prepare each piece, we'll put them in this oven over here. This is called the garage. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. It operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not so hot that it makes it soft. So whatever goes in the garage stays warm, retains its shape. When we're ready to use it, we'll pull it out, heat it up a little extra, and stick the parts together. So now Ben Cobb, has pulled the pattern, our mosaic pattern, out of the garage and is warming it up. Gabe, on the far left, is making what we call a collar, like a collar on your shirt. Can we put up, picking up Marini on a collar? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram. Gabe is making the collar over there. They're melting together the pattern in the center. And we're going to use the collar to roll that pattern up into a tube. So if this was our pattern, roll it up, close the end, and then we have a bubble with the mosaic pattern. Does that make sense? We're going to remove some weight that are holding the little chips of glass in place. Now we're going to heat it up again and give it a little squeeze till all the little tiles are stuck together. We're going to give it a little squeeze. So all the tiles are stuck together. Together by hand, so they match. Italian masters. These guys do it most of the way and then bring it together. So Gabe has now rolled up our Marini pattern, and not quite all the way. We're going to bring the two sides together manually so that they match. Has anybody got any questions? You guys have any questions? In order to keep the glass from sticking to the ceramic plate where the pattern was laid out, we coat it with a clay-rich mud. And here in Tacoma, we use mud from Owens Beach, if anybody's local. So when you see him brushing the glass with that little whisk broom, he's brushing the mud off so it doesn't get stuck in the glass. the hotter it gets, the floppier it gets as you turn it. And you can also feel, you get feedback through the pipe because you have to turn it faster and faster to keep it on center. Yes, not bright right now. Might have another hour, 45 minutes. Sure. But I mean, once we finish it, we're going to put it right back. We're going to put it right in one of these ovens to start the cooling process. So, you know, if you miss that, you won't see it. So we're going to So we're putting this bubble together in 3 parts. So right now, we have the mosaic part and a plain colored part. The third piece is in the garage, waiting. So Gabe is squeezing the glass and making another notch in it so he can break that away from the pipe. So he's got a bubble there that's made out of 2 of the 3 parts. Once we get that all squared away, we'll add the 3rd part. So we have parts 1 and 2 attached. Once we get these squared away, then we're going to attach part 3. It's a little complicated. I apologize if I'm not explaining it well. Is Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Mm-hmm. So right now, he's joined together this part and this part. So we're going to break it off that pipe, and then we're going to bring over this part and attach it. So the next thing we're going to do is remove these two parts from the pipe they're on now. We're going to stick another pipe here, and we'll go get this part and stick it on. So Ben's going to come over, Ben, tall guy, and he's got the second steel rod called the Punty, P-U-N-T-Y. We're going to use it as a temporary handle to hold the glass from the bottom while we add the third section. We'll take a few drops of water where we want it to break, give it a tap, and off it comes. Speak loud. I don't think that's safe, really. I apologize. Can you hear me now? Okay. I'll try to talk louder. This is not ideal, but it is what it is. So Sarah has got the third piece. It was stored in this oven over here, and now she's taking it out and warming it up. So Gabe is trying to make the opening of this piece that he has the same as the opening that Sarah has. We're going to join two together. When we join two bubbles of glass together, it's called incalmo, I-N-C-A-L-M-O. It means to graft, like grafting with plants and trees. So here comes Sarah with the third piece. So now we have the whole bubble assembled. Now we're going to blow it up to its full size and shape. We're going to blow up the front end. Ben is using a tool called the Soffietta. It's got a little cone on the front. The cone goes in the opening and it makes a seal, and then we blow through the central tube. So the glass at the very top is often too thick. So Gabe's going to stretch it out a little and trim some of that off. You guys know about our why are we trying to shape the glass? He's making a fancy bottle. Now he's going to trim the thick glass away. When the glass is hot, you can actually cut it with a scissors. So Gabe has flared the top, made a little rim. He's going to use that to stretch and pull out the neck. So he has something to push against that flange. Once he's got it stretched as far as he needs it, then he'll break that flange away. we're getting pretty close to being done. The reason that I know that is I see Sarah putting on some protective clothing. She's going to carry the finished piece to our annealing oven. There it will cool slowly overnight, and the slow cooling will prevent it from breaking. A few drops of water on the joint between the glass piece and the metal rod. It'll crack that joint. A little tap, and off it comes. So let's have a hand for Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, and Ben Cobb. Anybody got any questions? You could draw a picture, and if we pick your picture, we'll make it out of glass, and we'll make 2 copies, one for you to keep and one for the museum. It's free to enter. Just go to the front desk, and they'll give you the entry form, and you can do your drawing at home and send it in. You can do it here, sure, if you find a space. Our usual arts and crafts room is closed, but if you can find a space you're comfortable, sure. Would you like to see, I have a little video, it's short, it's about 3 minutes, see what we've done with some of the other kids? You want to see the video or not? Sure. Okay, can we play Kids Design video?
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And then especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can,
but, and that
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
what is it, a cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special.
The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
Bacon, baby.
Oh, I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah, yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
So what we're going to be doing right now is called pulling cane. This is cane, and we use it to make stripes in other pieces of glass. When we use these canes, we use a section about the size of a pencil. So instead of making each one individually, we're going to make one that's like 15 or 20 feet long, and then we'll chop them up into the pencil-sized sections. Jay, can I get a shot of the bowl on the pedestal to the right side of the studio? Behind Gabe. No. We're going to put a stripe on this cylinder of clear glass, and then when we stretch it, we're going to stretch it and twist it. And that'll end up looking like this. So here comes Sarah with the stripe. So in the center, Gabe is getting his mass of glass hot and soft. When he quenches the tip, it makes the tip a little stiffer. So when he grabs it, it doesn't pull right off. Ben, in the gray shirt, has the post. Little disc of glass we're going to use as a handle to stretch and twist Gabe's glass. The end result is going to end up looking like this. Make a big long rod like this, we'll chop it up, and we'll melt it into other pieces of glass to make fancy stripes. You guys have any questions? You guys have any questions? Okay. So the canes are going to look like this. And we're going to make them into a bowl that looks like this. Got what? Got it under control? Yeah, more or less. We'll see. So we've cut up some of the canes that we previously made, and we've laid them out on a ceramic plate. Ben in the center is heating up our pattern of these fancy stripes or canes. Gabe on the right is making what's called the collar. It's a little disc of glass, a little ring of glass around the end of his steel pipe. And we're going to use that to roll up our stripe pattern. give them a little squeeze so that they stick together. Now we're going to roll them up. You roll them up 3/4 of the way. And we're going to bring the two edges together manually so that we can get them to match perfectly. So now we have our stripe pattern in the shape of a tube. We're going to got to make sure there's no gaps. Smooth it out, and then we'll close up the end of that tube, and then we can blow that up, and it'll have the stripe pattern in it. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Shout it out. You, yeah. How do we make what? I'm having trouble hearing you. Why don't you come on down so we don't have to shout at each other. Okay. Do we put paint on it? No. All the colors are different colored glasses melted on. So we have glasses in little chips. We have glass in powders. We have glass in big bars. And so all the colors you see in the artwork are glass as well. So it's red glass or blue glass melted on. Okay? Say it louder. Come on down. Come on down. Who will? How's the glass not what on the table? Why does it stick to the table? How does it not? Okay, how's the glass not stick to the table? Well, hot glass only sticks to hot steel. It doesn't stick to cold steel. So the table is big and it doesn't get very hot, so the glass will never stick to it. But when we put our steel pipes in the furnace, we heat them up, and then the glass sticks to the end of the pipe. Take care. Thanks for coming in. So we're going to shape up this bubble with the fancy stripe pattern. We're going to let it cool and stiffen a bit, and then we're going to coat it with more clear molten glass. The next thing we're going to do is squeeze the glass with a tool called the jacks and make a sharp crease in it. That sharp crease will be the place where we can break the glass away from the metal pipe. So he's squeezing it with those big metal tongs. Those are the jacks. He's making a notch, and that's where we'll break it. So right now we're just blowing it up like a balloon. Normally we just blow straight with our mouth. Because of the COVID, we've got these little gadgets which don't work very well, but we're using them for now. How are you? Nice to see you. So we're making a bowl very similar to this one. So we're going to drop a blob of molten glass on to make the foot. We're going to break it off. So we're going to add a little decorative stripe on the rim. It's called the lip wrap. Sarah over there is preparing the glass. You guys have any questions? You good? You guys? You good? I won't bother you. spin it really fast, and the centrifugal force makes it wider. We're almost done. Everything that we make has to be cooled off slowly. So we'll take it off the metal rod and place it in the oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for coming. We're Thanks for coming in. We're going to make a few fancy goblets. We don't have time for another bowl, but we'll be doing some goblet making, I think. So we're making some fancy drinking glasses. This will go much quicker. You guys have any questions? Do you have any questions? Anything you'd like to know? We get it as a kind of a mix called batch, and so it's all the chemicals pre-proportioned like a cake mix. We get it from a company in North Carolina, Spruce Pine, North Carolina. It's called Spruce Pine Batch. Nope, it comes in big 50-pound bags. It's a white powder. We shovel it into the furnace, and we cook it overnight. We buy our colored glass from different companies. We get it in the form of these bars. The companies have like 150 different colors. So we buy it like an artist buys paint. Dark blue, light blue, red, all sorts of things. No, we don't melt them. Nope, nope, nope. The glass in the furnaces is all clear. It's all that spruce pine batch. We want to make an orange cup. We blow a bubble of clear glass in the big furnace. We heat up a little chunk of orange, and then we melt a layer of orange over the clear glass. And we dip it in more clear. So if you look at my sample, this thing looks orange, right? But if you cut through it, it's just that one skinny layer. So no colored glass ever goes in the furnaces. We just melt the colored glass onto our clear glass. No, we're not mixing. Glass colors don't mix like paint does. The chemical reactions between the colorants is different, and they don't. If you mix red and black, you don't always get brown, or blue and yellow, you don't always get green, because of the chemical interactions between the pigments. Also, the glass is never fluid enough. I mean, when it's at its hottest for us, it's like honey. It's not like soupy like water or milk. So it's thick, and it can't really blend the way a thinner liquid could. The next thing we can do is what's called a blown foot. Over on that workbench, they're making a second bubble. And we're going to drop it on from the top, spread it out, and it will be like a goblet foot. It's a little complicated, but it'll be easier to understand when you see it happen. So Ben, tall guy, he's got a bubble. He's going to make it really hot and soft. He's going to hold it up in the air and let it droop on to Gabe's bubble. Gabe's going to cut it off in a big teardrop shape. Gabe's going to heat that up, and then he's going to cut that in half. Bust off the pointy part. And there's a little hole in the end. We're going to spread that out. Damn, not your foot. Okay, I was wrong. He was using that bubble to make a stem. We're transferring the goblet to a second steel rod called the punty.